There they go. Closely bunched. Barbary Bandit sent off for the early lead. Thirsty Friend drives up on the outside. Down towards the inside now is Cilarone and Ebony Eyes as they go under the line. Barbary Bandit pestered on the outside by Thirsty Friend. Length and a half back now is Ebony Eyes. Early trailer is Cilarone. Into the clubhouse turn they go. And now from the outside, Thirsty Friend takes command. Leads it now by just under 2. Barbary Bandit second by a length and a quarter. It's Ebony Eyes and Cilarone. As they head down the backstretch, opening quarter, a moderate 23-1. And Thirsty Friend shows the way now by a little over a length. Barbary Bandit, Ebony Eyes starts a run on the outside. And Cilarone the trailer, but only 2.5 off the lead. Past the 5/16 a half, 47-3. Barbary Bandit from the extreme outside takes a short lead, but battling back on the inside is Thirsty Friend, Ebony Eyes, and Cilarone. They've reached the top of the lane. They're homeward bound, 1/8 of a mile from home. And on the inside, Thirsty Friend by a neck. On the outside, Barbary Bandit second by 4. Cilarone in third. Deep stretch now. Thirsty Friend by a length and a half. Thirsty Friend will win it. Barbary Bandit second. Cilarone third. Ebony Eyes fourth. By Stay Thirsty out of Grostockian. Bred in California by Richard Carson. $5-4 exactor was $3.25. 5-4-1 try, $19.20. There they go. Miss Union, Whirly Girly, and from along the inside above average. They all scrimmage for the early advantage. Moving up on the outside now, here's Viva Lavino. Early trailer, Higher Image. Under the line, they're trying to gear the pace down. Whirly Girly with the lead, but above average will split runners and drive up on the outside. Then 3 deep into the turn is Viva Lavino. 2.5 lengths back, Miss Union. And 2 further back is Higher Image. Past the half-mile marker they run. The opening quarter in 22-4. As they head down the backstretch with Whirly Girly showing the way by a neck. Above average second by 2. It's Viva Lavino racing along in third by 3.5. Followed by Miss Union and Higher Image. Half is 46-1. They've reached the far turn and a quarter mile to home. On the inside, Whirly Girly. On the outside, above average. Length and a half back now ridden along is Viva Lavino. Miss Union now starting to close ground as they turn for home. Above average on the outside. On the inside, Whirly Girly. Viva Lavino. Miss Union trying to close late. It's Whirly Girly with the lead. Whirly Girly goes all the way. Viva Lavino second. Above average third. Miss Union fourth. Jarvis, Dan Lee, Nigel Reed, and Roberta Staley, trained by Pat Jarvis, assisted by Russell Green. The winning rider, Kieran Kellawan. Whirly Girly is a 5-year-old mare by the result is official. There they go. Feisty Ella bobbled briefly at the break. I'm all shook up from the inside on the early lead. Foothills Boulevard now drives up on the outside. It's Island Living in third and Feisty Ella fourth. Under the line, paired off now. It's I'm All Shook Up, and on the outside is Foothills Boulevard. Into the clubhouse turn they go. I'm All Shook Up from the rail, leads it by a neck. Foothills Boulevard second by a length. Down on the inside is Feisty Ella. On the outside, Island Living, but only about 2.5 off the lead. As they head down the backstretch, opening quarter in 22 and 4. From the rail, I'm All Shook Up by a head. Foothills Boulevard second by a length and a half. Feisty Ella at the rail in third, and on the outside, it's Island Living. The half was 46 and 2. They've reached the far turn and a quarter mile from home. And Foothills Boulevard pops ahead in front. I'm All Shook Up second by a length. Island Living third. Feisty Ella fourth. As they get set to turn for home, Foothills Boulevard has the lead. Now draws off by 2. And down the lane they come. Foothills Boulevard is in front by 2.5. Island Living's on the outside. I'm All Shook Up. Foothills Boulevard is in the clear by 2.5 and wins it. Island Living second. Close for third, Feisty Ella, and I'm All Shook Up. And Siobhan Callender, trained by Keith Peterson, assisted by Ashley Martin. Back-to-back winning rides for Kieran Kellewan. Foothills Boulevard, a 4-year-old filly by Pop Artist out of Holly's Last Call, bred in BC by Sandra Losa. The result is official, 5-3 exact. That was $3.05. 5-3-2 try, $7. No changes in. There they go. Jose, very quick at the break and opens up quickly by 2. On the inside is Pisco, Horatio's on the outside, followed by Vector and Mr. Morris. Under the line, trying to be geared down. Jose leads it now by a half, coming to put pressure on. Here's Vector on the outside, and they quicken the pace as they go into the clubhouse turn. Jose from the rail by a head. Vector is second by 3. Horatio in third. Mr. Morris fourth, and Pisco is fifth. As they turn for the backstretch, opening quarter, 22 and 3. They're midway on the backstretch. Jose leads it now by a tight length. Vector is second by 2.5. It's Horatio under a ride in third. There goes Mr. Morris. He's closing up on the outside, and Pisco the trailer. Quarter mile from home, half 45 and 3. Midway on the final turn. Jose leads it by 2.5. Mr. Morris, Horatio, and Vector as they turn for home. They're all chasing Jose, but here comes Horatio trying to drive up the inside. Horatio on the inside. On the outside, Jose. It's Horatio with the lead. Horatio wins it by 2.5. Jose second, followed by Vector and Pisco. He's owned by the Swift Thoroughbreds, trained by Dino Condolinius. The winning rider's apprentice, Richard Balgobin. Horatio is a 4-year-old gelding by Mendelssohn out of Snuggles, bred in BC. 2-4 exacta was worth $20.60. 2-4-5 try, $85.05. There they go. Valerie Valesky on the early lead. Here's Tamara Mine now ranging up on the outside. It's Backburner at the rail in third. 2.5 lengths back, Princess Alaska, followed by Pineapple Tidbits and Backzone. Paired off now as they go to the clubhouse turn. Backburner on the inside and Valerie Valesky. Tamara Mine now takes a seat in third, 1.5 back. It's 2 lengths back to Princess Alaska. 3 to Pineapple Tidbits. The trailer, Backzone, about 8 off the lead. Opening quarter in 22 and 1. They're midway on the backstretch, and from the inside, back burner by a nose. Right there is Valerie Valeski. Tamara Mine moves 3 wide, 4 wide. There goes Princess Alaska. Pineapple Tidbits, watch all the action. She's closing ground, and the trailer back zone. Half 46 and 1. Midway on the final turn, 3/16 from home. Tamara Mine with a short lead. Wide on the track is Princess Alaska. At the rail is Back Burner, and on the outside now, here comes Pineapple Tidbits, and down the lane they come. Tamara Mine, Pineapple Tidbits, Back Burners in between them. Deep on the track, Princess Alaska, Tamara Mine, Pineapple Tidbits, Tamara Mine to win it. Pineapple Tidbits second, Back Burner third, followed by Princess Alaska. She's owned by Nigel Reed, is trained by Pat Jarvis, assisted by Russell Green. Winning rider for his third winning ride today, Kieran Kellewan. Tamara Mine. 6.5 exacta was $3.75. 6.51 try, $7.80. 6.514 20-cent super, $2.99. There they go. From the rails, Zanari from the outside. Camptown Lady in between them now is My Girl Lily. As they pass by us now for the first time, Zanari has the rail. Camptown Ladies up on the outside. Racing along in third, My Girl Lily. Followed by This One's on Me, Max Booster. And on my good side. Into the clubhouse turn they go. And Zanari from the rail by a head. Camptown Lady second by 2. My Girl Lily sits in third. At the rail, it's Max Booster in fourth. This One's on Me is on the outside in fifth. On my good side, the early trailer. Opening quarter in 22 and 1. 3 furlongs from home. And Zanari from the rail leads it by a neck. Camptown Lady is second now by about 5. This One's on Me in third. My Girl Lily on my good side. And Max Booster. Quarter mile from home, the half 45 and 2. And Zanari rolls along out there now with a 3-length lead. Camptown Lady in second. This One's on Me in third. On my good side, fourth. And down the lane they come. Zanari is well clear. It's Zanari in another race. Opening up by 8, by 9. Zanari wins the nightcap by many. On my good side up for second. This One's on Me third. Camptown Lady fourth. Max Booster fifth. Zanari, owned by the Willoway Farms, Gail Chewsbury and Pat Jarvis. Pat Jarvis trains, assisted by Russell Green. And the winning rider is Curry Powell. That is 3 training wins today for trainer Pat Jarvis. Pick 5, 5 of 5 needed, 622.70. Super high 5 was 352.06. Exacta was 33.40. The try was 258.75. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Saturday afternoon edition of Hastings Racing Live, presented by BC Racebook. Track announcer Dan Jukic being joined as usual by our handicapper and paddock host Mike Heads. We're going to preview all 6 on today's card. Hopefully get you headed in the right direction while we're indoors, so that only means one thing.
I know the rains came this morning, quite a bit of rain. Actually, the track is sloppy. It was actually pretty good this morning. If we could have got a bit of a break, but we didn't.
Right.
Because the rain was supposed to kind of taper off around 9 or 10 o'clock, but it kept pounding down until about just before we're going on air. And the track is sealed slop, so handicap for the wet trackers today.
All right, let's get right into the card. We'll start with the opener field of 5. They're going to go 6.5. Exactor, Tri Super, and first half of the rolling daily doubles. Where'd you go in here?
It's 1-3-5 for me. I didn't love anyone in particular. I went Weekend and Delmore on top. I thought a good run against some slow fractions last time. Did manage to run into the runner-up spot, and I just think maybe with, he's going to get a good trip on the outside. So I just thought Weekend and Delmar maybe to defeat Duke Girls, who really didn't have any. Well, I was a little wide on the first turn. He ended up too wide the rest of the trip, and didn't run on as the choice, but. I think this horse will rebound with Silvino Morales, who knows the horse well. Right. He's back riding now. And number 3, Bluebird Cafe. This one's been running against some better horses at times, and definitely wanted to respect out of the Keith Peterson barn. So it was, I could jumble them all. I went 5, 1, and 3, but it could easily be reversed. Yeah, I looked at your Weekend in Delmar also, but just this horse doesn't have a defining move, like either from the back or to the front. It just kind of plods along. Yeah, I like the outside post, so it can plod along if there's no pace and get into position. Maybe lay second. If this horse lays second, and perhaps Bluebird Cafe looks to be the only speed. I like his chances of running the other one down. Right. So, but yeah, you're right. He doesn't really have a good assertive move to him or a running style. He's not a closer. He's not a speed horse. Right. But he's probably going to be a good distance horse as they get going on. All right, I'm going to head to the 3, Bluebird Cafe. Keith's barn's going very well. Keith's been in the money, I think, like 90% of the starts. Only 2 wins, but in the money 90% of the horses are running well, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a nice final prep, 113. Right. That's a nice move for this caliber. All
right, the opener, Mike's going to head to the 5, Weekend in Delmar. That's where he hopes he's going to be later, and I'm going to head to the 3, Bluebird Cafe. Under race 2 starts off that pick 5. The carryover now, 24,889. Field of 5, they are maidens, 6.5. Exactor, Tri Super, daily double wagering. Can you key Gimlet in here to start your pick 5?
I think so. I think Gimlet looks really good. Just ran into one that was just a little bit better than him. This horse ran really well at first, or she ran very well at first asking. And Dino had this horse ready, and it was a good time. I did everything right, and just kind of got passed late by a little bit better horse. So, and that horse actually came back to run well. Right. And I thought Sailing Force or Chi-Chi Time in behind. I went 1, 2, and 4. I went
the same as you did on top, the 1 Gimlet. So race 2 kicks off that pick 5. 24K already in the pool. We agree on the 1 Gimlet. On to race 3, scratch the 4, Overly Fast. Does that change a lot for you in here?
Not really. No. I had the horse in there, but we'll run tomorrow going to mile 16th.
Right. Exactor, Tri Super, daily double. This race is the only start of the pick 4 here. For me, it's going to be 3 Deputies Dancer. I don't see a lot of pace on in here, and I think this horse might be able to sneak away with Kieran Kellowan.
I think Quagmire will go from the rail.
You think so?
Yeah, it didn't go last time, and things didn't end up well. So this horse is usually, when he gets the rail, goes to the front. Right. Perhaps Apprentice Richard Balgovan can get some speed out of him, because he does have it. And if those 2 hook up, I like Texas Moonshine. This horse is running really well at the end, the 5-horse Texas Moonshine. Right. The horse was galloping up in the stretch. It was only 6, I believe it was only 6 panels that day on my glasses.
That was 6.5.
So it was 6.5. It still was closing well. This horse will be tough. That second time off the layoff, but I still will need a pace. And IBC will be close. This horse won't. He's a horse that tracks the pace, but then will brush up down the backside and then force the issue perhaps on the 5/16 pole all the way around the stretch turn. And that'll play out nicely for a horse like Texas Moonshine. He'll just be minding his own business. And perhaps another quarter-mile move like he put in last time will get him in the winner's circle. All
right, race 3. Mike's going to head to the 5, Texas Moonshine. I'm going to head to the 3, Deputies Dancer. On to race 4, scratch the 1, Kai Allen. We'll see her or him tomorrow. Yeah. Field of 5, 6.5 Exactor, Tri Super, and daily double and pick 3 wagering. Touch the Sun for me. Eat the 5 morning line. If you get that, I think you should run to the window.
The odds will go lower now with the scratch of Kai Allen, who looked like perhaps a horse that could bother him on the front end.
Right.
And, actually ran well first time out, ran second. But now with this horse departing for an easier spot tomorrow, Touch the Sun might be left with a pretty comfortable lead with Amadeo. And every time you give Amadeo the lead, it's usually game over.
Right.
But Touch the Sun, if he can repeat that last race of 2 weeks ago, he should win. Counter Cat would be the only other horse really for me to win it. He's a nice colt. Yeah. He's nice, he's a really good colt. I think he'll run well. It's 4 or 5 for me, and then the Padilini runners, the Russos. I went with Chris's Gold for
4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6.
Same 3 I got. So in the 4th, we agree on the 4. Touch the Sun. On to the 5th race now. Field of 6. Nice race in here. 6.5 furlongs exactor, try super, daily double. You got the Sharp Finding Ways. You got Stanford Bay. You got Big Union, who was a stake runner here. What's Shaken, Rockcliffe, who put in a good move last time. And Set to Shine, who's a multiple winner.
Yeah, I like Set to Shine. He's the best horse in here.
There's no doubt.
By far. I mean, he's a really nice horse at this level. And he runs well fresh. There is speed inside of him. He's better when he gets a lead. He runs big times. He run 15 and change before. But that's... when he does get the benefit of the lead. He's got to deal with Finding Ways and Stanford Bay inside of him. But he can lay third, sitting out the 2 or 3 path, and still run a good race from there. It's one of those races where you try for the lead. If you get it, great. If you don't, then make a decision, pass the stands the first time, and see where you're at. But I think off of his works, he's going to be pretty tough. I put the 4, What's Shaken, who I thought ran really well, going 6 furlongs. This horse not a 6 furlong horse, and still caught them anyways. And 6.5 will definitely help. And it looks like there's some pace signed on in here. And the rest of the pace, I was between Stanford Bay or Finding Ways for third. I went Finding Ways, but I went 6, 4, 1.
I put Rockcliffe on top here. Amadeo Perez gets aboard for trainer Keith Peterson. A narrow loser last time. It was a tough line.
Why did he lose?
I don't know.
He had Peter Flies and Cascade Billy in front of him going crazy, and he was in a perfect position. That was his day to win. And he couldn't seal the deal. He hung. That's the only reason I don't fancy him. This is a tougher 17.5 too.
Right.
That 17.5 is pretty easy.
For sure.
Than Finding Ways, Stanford Bay, and even Big Unions. Getting up. It's a way tougher race. Set to Shine's good. It's a good. Rockcliffe's a nice horse, but he had his. I thought he had a really good trip going 6 that day, and that was his day to win, I thought.
All right, race 5. Mike's going to head to the 6, Set to Shine. I'm going to head to the 5, Rockcliffe. On to the 6th and final event, Field of 6. They're going to go a mile and a 16th. Exactor, try super high 5 wagering. For me, it's going to be the 4, Buttonwood Tree. I think he gets the lead for Curry Powell and plays Catch Me If You Can.
There's speed in here, yeah. I've got Buttonwood for second, but I can definitely see him winning. He's one of the best horses in here. He's got races that are plenty good enough to kill this field. And I just thought Back to Liberty might pester him. I know his stablemate Sloop John B is not going to pester him. No. But I think Duplication, who stretches out, I thought this horse ran really well for the Win Racing Stables and Larry Grieve. First time out, sprinting, which he's not a sprinter. Right. I've seen the horse in the mornings. He's a gray that sticks out, and
can't miss him.
And he's looked good. He seems to have handled our new surface and circumference. But I think the mile 16 is really going to help this horse. And I think Duplication will maybe defeat Buttonwood Tree. But it was those 2 for me. And Pay My Way. This horse stretching out too. Just an average run going short, but he never runs.
This is a better distance for him.
This is a good distance for Pay My Way and a good opportunity. Karen Kellowan rides.
All right, race 6. Mike's going to head to the 2 Duplication. I'm going to head to the 4, Buttonwood Tree. That wraps up the Saturday afternoon edition of Hastings Racing Live, presented by BC Racebook. Don't forget live racing tomorrow. First race will be 2:30 as usual. And next week, for our simulcast players, of course, we start the weekend racing of Delmar 5 days in a row. Saratoga. 5 days in a row. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the Belmont Stakes, and then Sunday.
Yeah, going to be fun. We got 2 stakes races next weekend too. The George Royal and forget the filly and mare one, but there's
the Emerald Downs.
Emerald Downs. There you go. The Emerald, both for the older horses next weekend. So we have our 2 very nice stakes races as well next Saturday.
All right, as we leave you, here's a complete look at our selections for the Saturday card. Till tomorrow. Good luck, everyone.
Have a good day.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Hastings. Track condition at present listed as track sloppy. Special welcome to everyone joining us for our Saturday card. Now please turn to your official programs for this afternoon's corrections and changes. In the first, number 2, Stilettos Only is 2 pounds over. In the second, the start of our $1 pick 5, the carryover is 24,889. Number 1, Gimlet, 3 pounds over. Number 2, Sailing Force, 3 pounds over. And number 5, Flying Wild and Free, is 2 pounds over. Now please turn to the third. In the third, scratch the 4, Overly Fast. Number 5, Texas Moonshine, is 2 pounds over. Race 3 kicks off the pick 4. In the fourth, scratch number 1, Kyalum. Number 5, Countercat, 3 pounds over. No changes in the fifth. And no changes in the sixth. Please note the distance is 1 mile and a 16th. Those are all the changes and corrections to the present time. At this time, just a reminder, please make your wagers as early as possible. At this time, Hastings would like to welcome the following groups joining us for our Saturday card, and they include Blue Goose Horse Racing, Darren Guzward, West Coast Wills and Estates. Enjoy the journey. Happy birthday, Jordan. Special welcome to Mark Robinson, to Rich Sumner, and to Mark Gould. Don't forget, live racing continues here tomorrow. First race tomorrow is 2:30. Thank you for your attention and good luck.
All right, a pleasant good afternoon and welcome to Hastings Racing Live. Paddock side here. Mike Head's pleased to join you for our 6th race program today. Overcast skies. It's supposed to get a little better here in the next hour or two. Still a couple of ominous looking clouds hanging around, but for the most part it's getting a lot brighter and hopefully we get a little more heat on the situation here. But we do have a sloppy racing strip. That won't change today anyway. It'll be sloppy throughout the afternoon. Got a field of 5 to kick things off. They're fillies and mares, non-2 lifetime, in for a base price of $6,000. The BC Breds are in for $7,500. 6.5 will be the trip. We have Exacta Tractor Superfecta in the first half of your daily double here as well. Many rolling daily doubles. Here's the one. This is Duke Girls for the Goon Show Stables and Dino Condolineos. A little wide through the opening quarter last time. Got to the 2 path, but the second quarter was faster than the first, and so this horse just seemed to have to do a little more than she usually does early in the race and flattened out a bit late. Silvino Morales knows her well. Better post. I think this horse will probably choose to settle in behind the leaders. Unfortunately, Karen Kellowan didn't have that option last time as they were going so slow, and he's hung out, going 6. First turn comes up pretty quick. But Duke Girls looks very good in here. I've got her second, but definitely see her winning it. I liked her last time.
get back to that form of last fall. She's going to be tough to beat today. Currently sitting at 7-2. That's the one. Duke Girls for Dino Condolinos and Silvino Morales. Nice to see him back here at Hastings. 2 will be Stilettos only for the Trinity West Stables, Willow Lake Farm and Stables. Was up there on the pace in that same Duke Girls race. Ended up losing the battle for third to Duke Girls. But she's one that's not normally up on the pace. Went out there and then didn't get shuffled back, but it's hard when you ask these cheaper horses to get position and then give it up midway on the turn. Like you used up horse to get position and then end up settling in third, where you could have done that far easier earlier in the race. But it doesn't take much for these horses to get deterred. Or this horse can win. I can see Bebeto Harvey looping the field and winning on Stilettos only. But it'll take a clever ride and a good trip and some good fortune from other runners in here. She'd need to see a pace on up front. I think it's your best chance of winning. 5-1 on Stilettos only. 3 will be Bluebird Cafe for Stu Spencer, Sean Ederer, and trainer Keith Peterson. Couldn't have got a better spot for speed. Should be able to secure the lead without much fuss. It is her first start of the year. The only negative is the other 4 horses all have races under their belts. But other than that, she's got a perfect trip for pace. Just missed I'm All Shook Up in her final start last year. A couple of unlucky second place finishes when dropped down to this level. She deserves to be the favorite, and she is at 7-5. Excellent final work in 1:13.3. Kamal Santo back aboard. She is adding front bandages. A little something new there, not a positive sign. I've got her third, but obviously one that can win the money. 4 will be Ebony Eyes for the Mavens. Chris Mamdeen rides. Made a pretty aggressive brush into some slow fractions in her most recent race. That was against the boys, too. Gets in against the girls. I think she's better suited in here. 9-1 on Ebony Eyes. And number 5 will be Weekend in Delmar, also out of the Maben barn. This one will be ridden by apprentice Richard Balgobin. I like this one. Good runner-up effort to Flying Miss. Had a good trip behind some slow fractions and closed up nicely. First try without blinkers. I think going to get a good trip. I think this one can gallop up and get maybe in the second spot just off of Bluebird Cafe and perhaps run that one down. But good betting affair here. I went 5, 1, and 3. Let's send it up to Dan for the post parade of our Saturday opener. Good luck, everyone.
The horses on the track at Hastings for the open air field of 5. They're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta. First half of the rolling daily doubles. Post time in 6 minutes. Here's your field for the opener. Number 1, Duke Girls, owned by the Goon Show Stables. The rider, Silvino Morales. 2, Stilettos Only, owned by the Trinity West Stables and Willow Lake Farm and Stables. The rider, Babito Harvey. 3, Bluebird Cafe, owned by Stuart Spencer and Sean Ederer with Kamal Santo. Number 4, Ebony Eyes, owned by Robin Sheena Mabin. The rider is Chris Mamdeen. And number 5, Weekend in Delmar, owned by Robin Sheena Mabin. The rider is apprentice Richard Balgobin. 5 minutes to post time. To our on-track guests here at Hastings, don't forget the Greater Vancouver Food Bank is selling 50-50 tickets. Stop by the blue tent outside the winner's enclosure or watch for the volunteers. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading it now for the opener at Hastings. First one up will be Ebony Eyes, gate 4. Inside gate will be Duke Girls. Followed by Bluebird Cafe. Stilettos Only, and Weekend in Delmar to the outside gate. 5 in, they're at the post. There they go. Bluebird Cafe put right on the early lead. Down on the inside is Duke Girls. Then is back to Stilettos Only, Weekend in Delmar, and Ebony Eyes, yearly trailer. Under the line, no challengers, and Bluebird Cafe rolls along with a length and a half lead. Duke Girls now putting pressure on from between runners. And on the outside, Weekend in Delmar, Stilettos Only, and the trailer Ebony Eyes as they run to the half-mile mark, the opening quarter, 22 and 3. To the backstretch they go, and Bluebird Cafe leads it by a neck. Duke Girls in between runners, and Weekend in Delmar makes a line of 3. 3 lengths back, Stilettos Only, and 2.5 to Ebony Eyes. As they run to the 5/16 mark, Bluebird Cafe clings to the lead, half, 46 and 1. Quarter mile from home, Bluebird Cafe by a neck. Weekend in Delmar, 3 deep. In between them, Duke Girls, 3 lengths back, Stilettos Only, 3.5 to Ebony Eyes. They've reached the top of the lane, they're homeward bound, and Bluebird Cafe re-rallies on the inside to grab the lead by a head. But Weekend in Delmar right there on the outside. Deep stretch now. Weekend in Delmar on the outside. Bluebird Cafe at the rail. They'll hit the wire. It will be a photo finish between Weekend in Delmar on the outside. On the inside, Bluebird Cafe. Another photo for third. Photo sign on the board. Hold all tickets. In the photo, number 5, Weekend in Delmar, the unofficial winner. Number 3, Bluebird Cafe, second. Number 1, Duke Girls, third. 2, Stilettos Only, fourth. Please note the inquiry sign has been posted. We have a steward's inquiry, as well as a rider's claim of foul. The rider aboard the 4th horse, Babito Harvey on Stilettos Only, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner, number 1, Weekend in Delmar, for alleged interference into the first turn. Steward's inquiry, rider's claim of foul, 2 on 5. On the rider's claim of foul, it has been disallowed. On the steward's inquiry, no action to be taken. As posted, 5, 3, 1, and 2. The result is now official. $5-3 exacta $6.95. 5-3-1 try $12.70. 5-3-1-2 20-cent super $5.81. In the winner's enclosure, the winner of the opener, number 5, Weekend in Delmar, owned by Rob and Sheena Maben, trained by Rob Maben, assisted by Dimitri Tapuzis. Winning rider, apprentice Richard Balgobin. Weekend in Delmar, a 4-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Weekend Party, bred in Kentucky by the Calumet Farms. Final running time, 1:18 and 7/100ths. Race 2 kicks off the pick 5. Carryovers, 24,889. Post time for the second, 15 minutes away at 3 o'clock.
All right, welcome back to the paddock here at Hastings. Time for race number 2. The second race does kick off to pick 5. It's a jackpot pool. Just under 25 grand. If you're the only winner after the 5 races today, you're going to take home a lot of money, probably close to 40 grand. Give it a whirl. Exacta tries, supers, and daily double wagering as well here on race number 2. A field of 5 maiden fillies and mares. They're going 6.5. Congratulations in race number 1 to Robin Sheena Mabin's Weekend in Delmar, who survives a tough stretch duel and then an inquiry. And Nurture Balgobin, the number stays, and Weekend in Delmar wins race number 1. Here's the one. This is Gimlet for the Swift Thoroughbreds and Dino Condolineos. Good runner-up effort to the 4-year-old filly Annika Song, who came back to just get beat to Sunblaze in a non-winners at 2. Gimlet ran a big race that day. Anytime you're hooking into a 4-year-old when you're a 3-year-old, that's a big effort. There's no 4-year-olds in here. There's not much speed in the race. She's the horse to beat. She's going to be a short price, but I think Gimlet could be a key in your pick 5s. Number 2 will be Sailing Force for Joe and Gloria Russo. A good runner-up effort to close out 2024 in the Fantasy Stakes, but got hung a little wide first time out this year against the boys. Gets back in against the girls today. Gets Amadeo 3-1 on Sailing Force. The 3 will be Mina Marina for Cindy Krasner. Chestnut filly by Midshipman. Just had the 3.5 furlong run last fall. Goes in blinkers for her first start this year. Good string of works. And same for the 4, Chi-Chi Time. This horse has got a nice string of works for Pat Jarvis, who was on fire last weekend. And the 5 is Flying Wild and Free for Jeff Singera. This one's got a good final prep in 101 and 4. Does sport a minute and 2/5 out of the gate as well. Good string of works. Got a couple of first-timers in here, 3 of them making their first start of the season. And Gimlet looks pretty good, and as she's had that very good race first time out, she's going to be tough to beat. I went 1, 2, and 4. Good luck here in race number 2, which does kick off that pick 5. It starts right here in 8 minutes.
The horses on the track at Hastings, race number 2, field of 5. They're going to go 6.5 furlongs. Exactor tries super daily double, pick 5 wagering, post time in 7 minutes. Here's the field number 1, Gimlet, owned by the Swift Thoroughbreds, the rider Kieran Kellewan. 2, Sailing Force, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo, the riders Amadeo Perez. 3 is Mina Marina, owned by Jim and Ann Allendal with Kamal Santo. Number 4, Chi-Chi Time, owned by the Willoway Farms, Gail Dewsbury and Pat Jarvis, Curry Powell up. And number 5, Flying Wild and Free, owned by Jeff Sangera. The rider is Silvino Morales. 6 minutes to post time. Once again, just a reminder, this race kicks off the $1 pick 5. The carryover, $24,889. To scoop the pool, you must be the lone single winning ticket. We still do pay on 5 of 5 with a 50% payout. Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Final chance to wager on that pick 5, the carryover, 24,889. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading in now for the second at Hastings, Gimlet to the inside gate. Sailing Force comes forward. Mina Marina. Gimlet has unseated the rider. Next one up is Chi Chi Time. And to the outside gate, Flying Wild and Free. Five in, they're at the post. There they go. Very quickly, Mina Marina grabs the early lead. On her outside is Chi Chi Time. Flying Wild and Free gets away in third. Then it's about 5 back to Gimlet in fourth. 2.5 to Sailing Force. Field is well strung out as they go to the clubhouse turn. They're going fast up front. Mina Marina on the inside and Chi Chi Time on the outside. Flying Wild and Free sitting patiently in third, a length and a quarter off it. 2 lengths back now is Gimlet and 5 to Sailing Force. As they head down the backstretch, opening quarter, a lively 21 and 4. They're midway on the backstretch, and from the outside, Chi Chi Time pops ahead in front. Mina Marina second by a tight length. It's Flying Wild and Free in third. 2.5 lengths back is Gimlet in fourth, and Sailing Force. Half 45 and 2. Midway on the turn now, and very quickly, Chi Chi Time has opened up in the field by about 6. As they turn for home, it's Chi Chi Time, well in command, by 7, by 8. In second is Mina Marina. On the outside is Sailing Force third. Coming for the wire, though, Chi Chi Time all by herself. Mina Marina second, Sailing Force third, Flying Wild and Free and Gimlet. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 4, Chi Chi Time. Number 3, Mina Marina second. 2, Sailing Force third. 5, Flying Wild and Free was 4th. Into the winner's enclosure, the winner of the second, number 4, Chi-Chi Time. She's owned by the Willoway Farm. Gail Jewsbury and Pat Jarvis. Pat Jarvis conditions, assisted by Russell Green. The winning rider is Curry Powell. Chi-Chi Time, a 3-year-old filly by Finality out of Amarachi. Bred in BC by Gladys Didloff and Karen Didloff. Please note the time on the board equals a long-standing 6.5 furlong record of 1:15 flat, held by Torque Converter from 1996. The result is official. 4-3 exacta was $19.15. 4-3-2 try was $38.25. 4-3-2-5, 20-cent super, $15.56. 5-4 double, $28.50. All right, the sound of the gong by winning rider Curry Powell means another donation to Thoroughbred Aftercare. Final time, 1:15 and 13/100ths. Equals the track record. In the third, scratch the 4, Overly Fast, number 5, Texas Moonshine, 2 pounds over. Post time for the third, 20 minutes away at 3:30. There they go. Very quickly, Mina Marina grabs the early lead. On her outside is Chi-Chi Time. Flying Wild and Free gets away in third. Then it's about 5 back to Gimlet in fourth. 2.5 to Sailing Force. Field is well strung out as they go to the clubhouse turn. They're going fast up front. Mina Marina on the inside and Chi-Chi Time on the outside. Flying Wild and Free sitting patiently in third, a length and a quarter off it. 2 lengths back now is Gimlet and 5 to Sailing Force. As they head down the backstretch, opening quarter, a lively 21 and 4. They're midway on the backstretch, and from the outside, Chi-Chi Time pop.
All right, welcome back to the paddock here at Hastings. It's time for race number 3. Got a field of 5 $4,000 claimers. Non-winners of the year, we've scratched number 4, overly fast. We'll see him run tomorrow. He's opted to go a mile and a 16th for the same conditions, but he'll be in tomorrow. So we're down to a field of 5 as we do kick off the pick 4 in races 3 through 6. We have Exacta, Triactor, Superfecta, and another daily double here on the 3rd. Well, an eye-popping performance from Chi Time in race number 2. Equaling the track record, which is racetracks. I know horses do the running, but racetracks promote track records. The track record holder, Torque Converter, was never a stakes horse or just got a perfect storm that day on 1996 and went around there in 115 flat. Obviously, thousands of better sprinters, better than Torque Converter over the years, but hey, he owns the track record. You got to beat him. You got to go 14-4 to beat him. But still, nonetheless, Chi Time ran huge. Obviously skipped through the slop and under Curry Powell and was, as you saw, miles the best, destroying a group of maidens for the Willoway Farms, Gail Jewsbury, and the white-hot Pat Jarvis going great guns, getting yet another winner with an impressive debutante in Chi Time in race number 2. Right, here's the 1. This will be Quagmire as we get to the puzzle number 3. I don't mind him today. I've got him second. Could certainly see him winning. Was taken back off the pace by apprentice Richard Balgobin. I think he's not going to be taken off the pace today from the rail. Probably best not to get him covered up, stuck down on the inside. I think you'll see the Laurie Henson, Helen Climbs, and Sharon Pring-owned runner right there on the lead where he loves to do battle. He's a fighter. And you got a fighter, you know where to put him? Put him on the lead, as they will. Don't put him in a position where they can't fight. And Quagmire has outgamed a lot of rivals over the years, winning 13 times, has 18 seconds. That's a lot of 1-2s, and I think you'll see another 1-2 performance today. Here's a good look at Quagmire for trainer Steve Henson. 2 will be IBC and you. A little wide out last time. Don't think he liked the sloppy conditions. Unfortunately, we're serving up another sloppy track for him today. We'll see how he fares. When he gets a track he likes, he can run down there pretty fast and be dangerous with these horses. 12-1 for the Mabens and Chris Mamdine. 3 will be Deputy's Dancer. Showed speed, chasing extra innings, but did retreat quite quickly, which alarmed me a little. But his first up run was good on a fast track behind Knopfler, but the sloppy track performance was not his best. And we got a sloppy track, albeit probably a very different sloppy track from the one he raced on 2 weeks back. This one seems pretty kind and very fast, as we watched in race number 2. 5 will be Texas Moonshine. I like him today. I was pretty impressed with his runner-up effort under Bebeto Harvey for the Wellards and Pete Gregory. He was galloping through the stretch. He gets rolling a little earlier. I think he's going to be dangerous today. He's got that race under his belt. I didn't see 2-1, but whatever. I like him. I think he'll run well. I think he's maybe the one that can defeat Quagmire, who's my second pick. And number 6 will be Something Elusive. Good hard trying son of Storm Victory. Runs short, runs long, runs on fast tracks. Doesn't mind the wet tracks either. He's just a pretty consistent performer. Something Elusive. And I think he'll be awfully tough as he gets a little longer distance in 6.5 than the 6 he had last time. And gets leading rider Amadeo Perez, so that's certainly a big plus. I went 5, 1, and 3 here in race number 3. This race, once again, does kick off to pick 4. You pick 4 players. You got 9 minutes to get them in. Let's set it up to Dan for the post-parade of race number 3.
The horses on the track at Hastings. Race number 3, Scratch the 4, Overly Fast. 6.5 furlongs the distance. Exactor, Try, Super, Daily Double, 20-cent pick 4 start here. Post time in 8 minutes. Here's the field number 1, Quagmire, owned by Laurie Henson, Helen Climbs, and Sharon Pring, with apprentice Richard Balgobin. 2, IBC and U, owned by Robin Sheena Mabin, the rider Chris Mamdeen. 3, Deputies Dancer, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo, with Kieran Kellewan. 5, Texas Moonshine, owned by Cody Wellard, Kelsey Wellard, and Pete Gregory, with Babito Harvey in the tack. And number 6, Something Elusive, owned by the Sasquatch Stables, the riders Amadeo Perez. 7 minutes to post time. Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last chance to wager on the pick 4. Loading in now for the 3rd at Hastings. Texas Moonshine comes up. Outside gate, Something Elusive. 5 in, they're at the post. There they go. Deputies Dancer and Quagmire tussle for the early lead. Something Elusive's on the outside. Texas Moonshine and IBC&U as they go under the line for the first time. Deputies Dancer now grabs the lead, leads it by just over a length. Down on the inside is Quagmire. Something Elusive's on the outside. Into the clubhouse turn they go, and Deputies Dancer shows the way now by a little over a length. From the outside, Something Elusive, second by a length. Pulling hard down on the inside is Quagmire. A length and a half back, Texas Moonshine. And IBC&U, the trailer, 5 off the lead. Opening quarter in 22-1. They're midway in the backstretch and 3 furlongs to run. Deputies Dancer, Something Elusive. Quagmire joins the party from the extreme outside. Texas Moonshine, IBC&U saving ground at the rail. The half is 46-3. Midway on the final turn. It is Quagmire from the extreme outside with a short lead. But Deputies Dancer ridden along at the rail as they turn for home. It's Quagmire with the lead, and down the lane they come. Quagmire with the lead now by a length and a half. Deputies Dancer, IBC&U trying to close late. It's Quagmire with the lead, and he hangs on. IBC&U second. Texas Moonshine third. Something Elusive fourth. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 1, Quagmire. 2, IBC&U second. 5, Texas Moonshine third. 6, Something Elusive fourth. 1, 2, 5, 6 on the board, unofficial. Please note the inquiry sign has been posted. This is a steward's inquiry as well as a rider's claim of foul. The rider aboard number 6, Amadeo Perez, on Something Elusive, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial winner, number 1, Quagmire, for alleged interference at the top of the stretch. Steward's inquiry, rider's claim of foul, 6-1. Once again, this is a steward's inquiry as well as a rider's claim of foul. 6 against 1. Hold all tickets. Please note the steward's inquiry has been concluded. The rider's claim of foul has been disallowed. There was inconclusive evidence to make any change in the order, so on the board 1, 2, 5, and 6. In the winner's enclosure, the winner of the third, number 1 Quagmire, owned by Laurie Henson, Helen Climbs, and Sharon Pring. Trained by Steve Henson. winning rider, apprentice Richard Balgobin. Quagmire is a 9-year-old gelding by Storm Victory out of Yodeling Ann, bred in BC by Helen Climbs and Sharon Prink. The result now official. The 1-2 exacta was $17.95. 1-2-5 try, $47.05. 20-cent super, 1-2-5-6, $10.27. And the double, $22.80. Final running time was 1:17 and 58/100ths. In the 4, scratch the 1, Kai Alum. 5, Countercat, 3 pounds over. Post time 16 minutes away at 4:02.
All right, we're back here in the paddock. Time for race number 4 here at Hastings. This 4th race is for maiden allowance, 3-year-olds and upwards, colts and geldings. It's open to fillies, but no fillies showed up. I think the filly race went tomorrow. Scratch the 1, Kyalem. We'll see him run tomorrow. Scratch the 1, Kyalem. So we're down to the field of 5 to kick off your late pick 3. We also have Exacta Triactor, Superfecta, and Daily Double Wagering. Congratulations to Laurie Henson, Helen Klein, Sharon Pring as their rock solid ATM. Quagmire gets his 14th career victory under Richard Balgobin, who continues to win races, continues to light up the inquiry sign, but the results were, after watching it, I kind of agreed left to stand. Tough spot to find any, there was definitely some contact, but it's a tough spot to pinpoint which horse actually, whether it was Deputy's Dancer, the inside horse coming out a bit, or and when you can't give sufficient evidence to the public, you can't disqualify a horse. So if you ran second, your horse IBC and you ran well, and but Quagmire ran a little bit better, and I think deservedly so, was left as the winner for trainer Steve Henson, and 2-time winner today, Richard Balgobin. Here's the 2. This is Golden Regal, one of 3 Patty Leaney runners in here. Trailed the field throughout in his first up run. Well-bred son of Sun Gold out of Classidala, who is a former broodmare of the year. She's had lots of nice foals, Classidala. But Golden Regal has to be better than her first start. We'll see if he is today. Larry Seacheran will ride. Currently sitting at 18-1, clad in those blinkers and shadow roll. Not really the kind of equipment you want to see on a sloppy track, but see if he improves second time out. Looks great here in the paddock. 2 will be Creative Union, or pardon me, the 3 will be Creative Union. Once again for the Russos, and Patty Leaney, son of Unified, makes his career debut. This is the 158s and 102-1. That was 22 days ago, so some missing works, and it's tough to back a horse with confidence anyway. He does look very good. Patty has the horse turned out great, but a horse that hasn't worked in 3 weeks, it's Silvino Morales will be aboard at 12-1. Next up will be the 4. This is Touch the Sun for the Bennett family. Narrow loser to Rondolito in a maiden allowance race 2 weeks back. He's a 4-year-old. That was his career debut. It took him a while to get to the races. He has the speed in here. There doesn't appear to be any speed in the lineup. He should, get the lead and have no excuses. If he gets outrun, he gets outrun. But it's definitely his race to win or lose. Amadeo aboard. As long as the 13 days back after a hard effort doesn't get him, then Touch the Sun should be very tough to beat. 5 will be Counter Cat, a 3-year-old. Definitely headed for Stakes Company. He was second in the Ascot graduation last fall. Good runner-up effort to Bluegrass Lent in his first up run, in which he beat Rondolito, who, of course, beat Touch the Sun. But not always A beats C, B beat, you know what I mean? A beats B, and then B beats C doesn't mean A is going to beat C. If you kind of get my confusing thought process. And the 6 is Chris's Gold, distant third last time behind Touch the Sun and Rondolito. Obviously a horse that will be better second time out, though. Kamal Santo will ride as Kellowan ends up on the 5. Counter Cat. I went 4, 5, and 6. I think the 4 and 5 really shine here in race number 4.
The horses on the track at Hastings. Race number 4, field of 5, scratch the 1, Kyalem. They're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs. Exactor, Try, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 Wagering. Post time, in 7 minutes. Here's the field. Number 2, Golden Regal, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo. The rider, Leary Cicheran. 3, Creative Union, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo. The rider, Silvino Morales. Number 4, Touch the Sun, in the estate of R.J. Bennett, also owned by Lois Bennett, with Amadeo Perez. 5, Counter Cat, owned by Dennis Dale, Morris Peter, and Ed Welsh. The rider, Kieran Kellawan. And the 6, Chris's Gold, owned by Joe Russo and Gloria Russo. Kamal Santo aboard. 6 minutes to post time. Don't forget, live racing continues here tomorrow, Sunday afternoon. First race is 2:30. Also, this will be your final chance to purchase any 50-50 tickets in aid of the Greater Vancouver Food Bank. Stop by the tent outside the winner's enclosure. Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Loading in now for the 4th at Hastings. Inside gate is Golden Regal. Creative Union comes forward. Touch the Sun, the 1-2 choice on the board. Followed by Counter Cat. And Chris's Gold to the outside. 5 in. Rider off. Creative Union, now back aboard. They're at the post. There they go. Touch the Sun and Counter Cat, 5 for the early lead. Down on the inside is Golden Regal. 2 lengths back now is Chris's Gold, and the early trailer, Creative Union. Under the line, it's Golden Regal with the short lead. Touch the Sun's in between runners, and Counter Cat's on the outside. Into the clubhouse turn they go, and Golden Regal from the rail by a head. Touch the Sun, second by a length and a half. It's Counter Cat sitting in third by a length and a half. Chris's Gold is fourth. Fifth belongs to Creative Union. Opening quarter in 22-1. Midway on the backstretch, and now 3 furlongs to run. and Golden Regal from the rail. Touch the Sun from the outside. Counter Cat stalking in third. 2.5 lengths back now is Creative Union and Chris's Gold. They've reached the far turn, the half, 46-1. Less than a quarter mile from home. Touch the Sun by a neck. Counter Cat's on the outside. Creative Union making up ground at the rail as they turn for home. Touch the Sun with the lead. And down the lane they come. Touch the Sun leads it by a length. Counter Cat's on the outside at the rail is Creative Union. Touch the Sun by 2. Touch the Sun will win it. Counter Cat second, Creative Union third, Chris's Gold fourth. On the board, the unofficial winner number 4, Touch the Sun. 5, Counter Cat second. 3, Creative Union third. 6, Chris's Gold fourth. 4, 5, 3, 6, unofficial. In the winner's enclosure, the winner of the 4th, number 4, Touch the Sun. He's owned by the estate of R.J. Bennett and Lois Bennett, trained by Barb Heads. The winning rider, Amadeo Perez. Touch the Sun, a 4-year-old gelding by Sun Gold out of Touching Promise. Bred in BC by Mr. and Mrs. R.J. Bennett. The result is official. 4-5 exacta was worth $2.50. 4-5-3 try, $23.30. 4-5-3-6, 20-cent super, $3.59. The double, 1 and 4, 12:30. And that bang of the gong once again means another donation to Thoroughbred Aftercare. Final running time 1:17 and 88/100ths. No changes in the fifth. Post time 21 minutes away at 4:32.
We're back here in the paddock. Time for race number 5 here at Hastings. This 5th race is for 17.5 claimers. Older horses, non-3 lifetime. If you fit the allowance condition, which if you do in here. What's Shaken and Rockcliffe. Got 6 of them signed on, going 6.5. Started your late daily double. Also have Exacta Tractor and Superfecta wagering here on race number 5. Well, congratulations in race number 4 to the Bennett family's Touch the Sun, their homebred son of Sun Gold, and a former champion Touching Promise. Broke his maiden at the ripe old age of 4. Got it done in his second start, defeating the 3-year-old Counter Cat, who no disgrace in losing. He's headed for Stakes Company. When they start heading long, don't look for Counter Cat in the 3-year-old division. He's going to be a force. But it was Touch the Sun today in race number 4. Here's the one. This is Finding Ways. One of quite a few speed horses in here. He doesn't need the lead. He can settle in behind the speed. He's done it on occasion and still won. But at the 12.5 level last time, he was just put right on the lead by Chris Mamdine when in the Maben barn. It didn't have to go hard fractions. 23, 46, 4 were pretty kind. And he held off Stanford Bay. Kind of a boat race. They were not really flying early. They both step up in class, and Silvino Morales knows Finding Ways very well. So does Nancy Betts as it returns to the Nancy Betts barn. Currently your 2-1 favorite. Kind of surprised to see that on the hike in class. Most of his good running has been done between the 62.50 level and 12.5. He's getting into territory where he wins the odd time, but he probably loses more than he wins when he gets up this high. 2 will be Stanford Bay. He's a cool horse for TC Racing and Rob Kilker. He seldom runs a bad race. He routes. Yeah, I think he can route, but he's a very good sprinter. He's very manageable. They rated him last time, let Finding Ways have the lead. And he was still running on well at the end of it. It was a good first up run. He's a nice horse. And Karen Kellowan knows him also, and he's back aboard for Rob. 7-2 right now on Stanford Bay. Another speed horse. I don't know if he'll let Finding Ways. See, they swap posts, which is interesting. They were 1 and 2 last time. Stanford Bay had the inside. But I'm sure they're both heading to the front. Number 3, Big Union, is not heading to the front for Kathy and Kelly Rycroft, Dennis Dale, and the Dynamic Stables. Ridge Balgobin will ride. He's a horse that'll be held back early and make a good run. I never know when he's going to win this horse. He's kind of he's won a stakes race. This horse can run. And he's now 7 years young, but still has been training very well for Nicole Rycroft, who's done a fabulous job with this guy because he's not an easy horse to train. 5 years ago, he cost over $250,000 as a yearling. But he's not the most consistent type now, but he's still eligible with the right trip. 11-1 on Big Union. 4 will be What's Shaken for Denny Spence and Cindy Krasner. Got the job done in the same category last time. He wasn't on 2 that day, so he can come back right back in the non-3 category. Just got up to defeat Rockcliffe and Newhart. I just didn't think that was the strongest of races. I think this race has come up way tougher. But the extra half a furlong is going to help What's Shaken, and I think as they go longer, it's really going to help him when they start going a mile and a 16. He's come back with a good work, obviously signaling that he came out of that race in good order. He worked in 59 and 3 last Sunday. Kamal Santo back aboard off that nice victory. 5 will be Rockcliffe for Dennis Dale, Morris Peter, and Ed Welsh. He had every shot to win last time. Ran a good race. Hey, don't get me wrong, he ran a good race. He sat and watched the speed duel between Peter Flies and Cascade Billy. Was in the catbird seat. You don't get those catbird seat trips very often. You got to take advantage. And he did. He ran well, but he got nailed late by What's Shaken, who he's got to try and beat today. Amadeo back aboard, currently sitting at 8-1. And your current favorite is the 6, Set to Shine for the Bennett family. Big son of Bakken. He's 8 years young now. See Antonio Reyes getting a leg up. He's not the most consistent type either, but when he runs his A race, he's better than all of these horses. He's gone down there in 15 and change before. Nice horse. He went in 16 flat, 2 starts back, defeating Finding Ways and Cascade Billy. I think he's a versatile type. The six post position is perfect for him. He can kind of just gallop out there, see what's going on. He may get the lead. He may be sitting second. He could be sitting third. But anyway, he's going to get his trip. And when he gets his trip, he generally runs very, very well. I went 6-4-1. Good race here, though. Contention top to bottom. All 6 of them could win it. It's a good 17-5 non-3 allowance optional claimer here for a feature event. Let's head up to down for the post parade of race number 5.
The horses on the track at Hastings. Race number 5, field of 6 to go 6 1/2 furlongs. Exactor, Try, Super, and late daily double wagering. Post time in 8 minutes. Sorry? $8. On parade now, number 1, Finding Ways, owned by Nancy Betts. The rider Silvino Morales. Number 2, Stanford Bay, owned by TC Racing. The riders Kieran Kellewan. 3, Big Union, owned by Kathy Rycroft, Kelly Rycroft, Dennis Dale, and the Dynamic Stables with Ridge Balgobin. Number 4, What's Shaken, owned by Dennis Spence. The rider Kamal Santo. 5, Rock Cliff, owned by Dennis Dale, Morris Peter, and Ed Welsh with Amadeo Perez. And number 6, Set to Shine, in the estate of R.J. Bennett and Lois Bennett. The riders Antonio Reyes. 7 minutes to post time. All right, time to get out those 50-50 tickets in aid of the Greater Vancouver Food Bank. Today's winner takes home $785. Time to make the draw. Spinning the barrel. Let's see what number comes out. They're all on an orange ticket. Number is 070301. 070301. You're the winner of $785. You can claim your prize at the tent. You do have 15 minutes to claim your prize, or another ticket will be drawn. Once again, that 50-50 draw number for $785 is 070301. Clock is ticking. You now have 10 minutes to claim your prize. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Once again, check those 50-50 tickets. The prize has not been claimed, and you have about 5 minutes to get to that tent. 070301. 070301. 5 minutes to claim your prize at the tent at the winner's enclosure. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading in now for the 5th at Hastings, finding ways to the inside gate. Stanford Bay comes forward. What's shaken? Rockcliffe. Outside gate set to shine. Big Union, last of 6. 6 in. They're at the post. Big Union fractious in the gate. Big Union still causing a fuss. Now the riders off the one, finding ways. Back aboard. There they go. Finding ways, Stanford Bay, and from the outside set to shine. They all vie for the early lead. It is Rockcliffe who gets away in fourth, followed by Big Union and What's Shaken. Under the line, Stanford Bay and set to shine. Into the clubhouse turn they go. Stanford Bay on the rail. On the outside, set to shine. Pops ahead in front. It is Finding Ways now ridden along, two off it in third. There's a big break of about 7 or 8. Back to Rockcliffe. On the outside is What's Shaken. On the inside, Big Union. Opening quarter, 22 flat. They're midway in the backstretch, and now 3 furlongs to run. Stanford Bay set to shine. It's 2.5 lengths back now to Finding Ways. A long way back is Rockcliffe. Then on the outside, What's Shaken and Big Union. They've reached the far turn, quarter mile from home. The half a speedy 44 and 4. And from the inside, Stanford Bay now takes the short lead as they get set to turn for home. Stanford Bay opens up now by 3. Set to shine in second. Finding Ways. Rockcliffe trying to close late. Stanford Bay is well in the clear. Stanford Bay is gone. What's Shaken's up for second. Rockcliffe third, very close for fourth. On the board, the unofficial winner, number 2, Stanford Bay. Number 4, What's Shaken second. 5, Rockcliffe third. Photo for fourth. Hold those superfecta tickets. In the photo for fourth, number 3, Big Union is fourth. 2, 4, 5, 3 on the board, unofficial. The result is now official. Into the winner's enclosure, the winner of the 5th, number 2, Stanford Bay. He's owned by TC Racing, trained by Rob Gilker, assisted by Vicky Gilker. The winning rider is Kieran Killawan. Stanford Bay is a 6-year-old gelding by Stanford out of Curvy Cat. Bred in California by Tommytown Thoroughbreds, LLC. And the bang of the gong by co-owner Courtney Hertz is for Thoroughbred Aftercare. The 2-4 exacta was 1940, 245 try, 86.45. 2453 super was $40, 69 cents. The double 4 and 2, 12.20. Final running time 1:16 and 33/100ths. In the 6th, no changes. Once again, the distance is 1 mile and a 1/16. Exactor tries super and super high 5 wagering. Post time 17 minutes away at 4:59. And please note the 50-50 prize has been claimed.
right, we're back here in the paddock. Time for our 6th and final live race. Got a field of 6. 12.5 claimers. They're going to go a mile and a 16th. Our first distance test of the year. This will be the first time they're going to race around to the wire, and did it a couple of times. Yeah, they start on the backstretch and race around to the wire and then go around again. Exacta, Triactor, Superfecta, Super High Five. 6 good older horses going a mile and a tick. Well, congratulations in race number 5. What a powerhouse performance from TC Racing's Stanford Bay. Troy Hertz and Courtney Stanford Bay, trainer Rob and Vicky Gilker, and Karen Kellewan, no doubt about it, winner. Got lots out of that first race and just loved the slop today. Cruised through a half in 44 and 4 and had another gear and easily defeats What Shaken, who rallied for 2nd, Rockcliffe for 3rd, and Big Union for 4th. But Stanford Bay won by a mile in race number 5. Here's the one. This is Pay My Way. He's got a big chance today. Looking for not doing so good today, and you're looking for a horse that gets you out of the glue. He's not the worst chance in the world at 6-1. Loves to go long. His sprints are not very good. When he goes a mile and a 16th, that's when you see the best of Pay My Way. Karen Kellewan will be a buck. Looking for both halves of the late daily double. Owned by Warren Wilson, Neil Stokowski, June Sutherland, Ross Switzer, Barry Hickman. As I said, Charlene Miller, the conditioner. He's a good, hard-trying little guy, and he loves to go long. So this is what he's bred to do, what he wants to do. Look for Pay My Way to improve a lot today. 2 will be Duplication for the Win Racing Stables and Larry Grieve. I thought an encouraging run behind Finding Ways, and we just saw Stanford Bay win easily in race number 5. Getting beat 2.5 lengths, going 6 furlongs. What he wants to do is go long. His best races are at a mile and farther. I think he's got a real. I like him today. I think 7-2 is a good price on Duplication. Antonio Reyes will ride, and I think this is a good opportunity for him today on the stretch out. 3 will be Bucks Fizz for owner-trainer Jesse Morrison. Claim for $6,000 out of a winning race, and on 3 race. Shows up in this distance test. I don't mind him going long at all, Bucks Fizz. But he does get class tested here. This is not Highliner and Stanford North. There's some pretty seasoned older runners in here. He will need to improve, and we'll see if he does today. The 4 is Buttonwood Tree for owner-trainer Dave Milburn. Surprised to see this horse at 7-1. He's way better than that. He's waiver claimed here for 12.5. He's the speed of the race, and when he gets the lead, he's run some fast times in the past. Here's your favorite at even money, the 5 that is Back to Liberty. Not sure why he's that heavy of a favorite, but he's run well long. He's a good, consistent horse. He's got Amadeo. And number 6 is Sloop John B for the Minnaloos Stables and Dave Milburn. This is the one run sprinting this year. He likes to go long, but he's more of a conditional type horse that would be better suited maybe to other races, like the non-4, 12.5 going long or something like that. But his stablemate, Buttonwood Tree, is definitely better than him, and I like him a lot today, Buttonwood Tree. But I did go 2, 4, and 1. I think those are your 3 horses in here. I've left Back to Liberty out. Could be a mistake. We'll see how it goes. Good luck in the last. Don't forget, lots of simulcasting going on today, and we're doing it tomorrow again at 2:30 on Sunday. We've got 6 more races for you tomorrow. Good luck, everyone.
Hey, horses on the track, Hastings, race number 6 as we close out our Saturday card. Field of 6. They're going to go a mile and a 16th. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, Super High Five wagering, post time in 5 minutes. On parade now, number 1, Pay My Way, owned by Warren Wilson, Neil Steczkowski, June Sutherland, G. Ross Switzer, and Barry Hickman with Kieran Kellawan in the saddle. 2, Duplication, owned by the Wynn Racing Stables, the rider Antonio Reyes. 3, Bucks Fizz, owned by Jesse Morrison, the rider apprentice Richard Balgobin. 4, Buttonwood Tree, owned by Dave Milburn, Curry Powell aboard. 5, Back to Liberty, owned by J.G. Williamson Racing with Amadeo Perez. And the 6, Sloop John B, owned by the Minaloo Stables and Dave Milburn. The rider is Ridge Balgobin. 4 minutes to post time. Once again, just a reminder, live racing here tomorrow. First race, 2:30. Key West Ford reminds you there are just 2 minutes left to place your wagers at Hastings. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading in now for the 6th at Hastings. Just a note to enjoy the journey group that's here. Please note your bus departs at 5:15 from the main lobby. Buttonwood Tree goes in. Bucks Fizz comes forward. Last of 6 is Sloop John B. Sloop John B goes in, 6 in. They're at the post. There they go. Duplication put on the early lead. Here's Buttonwood Tree from the far outside back to Liberty. Also right there now is Bucks Fizz. It's 2.5 lengths back to Pay My Way. And Sloop John B is the early trailer. They're on the turn and from the rail, Duplication leads it by a head. In between them, Bucks Fizz, and caught deep on the track is Buttonwood Tree. 2.5 lengths back is back to Liberty, sitting a good spot in 4th. 2.5 back is Pay My Way. And Sloop John B is about 9 back in 6th. Under the line, the opening quarter, 24 flat. And from the inside, Duplication by a nose. Buttonwood Tree is 3 deep. In between them is Bucks Fizz. Then it's 2.5 lengths back to Liberty. Pay My Way is saving ground at the rail. And Sloop John B. Past the half-mile marker they go. The half sped up 47 and 2. To the backstretch they go. Duplication leads it by a neck. Buttonwood Tree second by a length and a half. Moving up on the outside. Here's a back to Liberty. Pay My Way making headway at the rail. And then it's back to Bucks Fizz and Sloop John B. 6 furlongs, 1:11 and 3. Quarter mile from home. Duplication now leads it by a length and a half. Pay My Way second by a neck. On the outside, racing along in 3rd is back to Liberty. Then is Bucks Fizz, Buttonwood Tree, and Sloop John B. As they turn for home, Duplication is out there now by 2.5. And down the lane they come. Duplication, Pay My Way, starting to close at the rail. Duplication, Pay My Way, one last surge. Pay My Way, I think, gets there over Duplication. Back to Liberty, Bucks Fizz, and Sloop John B. We can confirm there are no unique tickets on the pick 5. The carryover is 30,403. Please note the photo sign has been posted. Hold all tickets. In the photo, number 1, Pay My Way, the unofficial winner. Number 2, Duplication, second. Number 5, Back to Liberty, third. Number 3, Bucks Fizz, 4th. And number 6, Sloop John B, completes the Super High 5. 1, 2, 5, 3, and 6. Into the winner's enclosure, the winner of the 6th, number 1, Pay My Way. He's owned by Warren Wilson, Neil Stechkowski, June Sutherland, G. Ross Switzer, and Barry Hickman. Trained by Charlene Miller, assisted by Wayne Nielsen. Winning rider, that's the late double for Kieran Kellewan. Pay My Way is a 7-year-old gelding by Commissioner out of Inside Retreat. Bred in Kentucky by the Stoneview Farm Incorporated. The sound of that gong means another donation to Thoroughbred Aftercare. Super High 5, 1, 2, 5, 3, 6, $35.50. Exactor was $13.95. The try was $24.30. 20 cent super $17.77. Late doubles $63.80. Pick 5, 5 of 5 needed, $372.55. Super High 5, once again $35.50. Pick 3 and need 3 of 3, returned to $50.75. Pick 4 was $37.06. Carry over in the Super High 5, $30,403. Final running time for the mile and the 16th, 1:44 and 3/100ths. That'll wrap up our Saturday card here at Hastings. Just a reminder, live racing does continue here tomorrow afternoon. First race is 2:30. Don't forget, when departing, our gaming floor is open, featuring slot machines as well as our simulcast facility. Thank you for watching and wagering on Hastings Racecourse. Until tomorrow, drive safely. Good night.